Hello. It is time. All right. Okay, so I've got fixed leg rotations over time. Apply some small correction to each bone's rest position every few frames. Um. Yeah, okay. This should be easy. Though, you know what? I actually have... Thinking about what I have seen happen, I actually think I have an issue with something in particular. I think one of these bones in the link is rotating way more than it should be allowed to, actually. The one that's most noticeable is the one that the first piece that you see attaching to the body. It can become way out of place. Like really bad. This one. And I think it's because it's just allowed to pitch way too much. So let me enable this. And then I guess I just take this one. I mean, yeah, I think that's just too much pitch. Yeah, it can only go up that high. But then it can drop down quite a lot. Why is it able to drop down so much? I guess it's because the bone is already rotated down slightly. Okay, put the that back. So this is that one, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's the last bone. Okay, so I have this one which says 60, and then this one says 90. This one probably isn't meant to be 90. Though... rotation offset. Whoa. Let me undo that. So one that I'm looking at is the middle left. So it's going to rotate on the X. Ah, okay. Okay. So I can give it like a 20-degree offset or something. And then I can probably reduce this to 60, actually. Maybe not quite 60. Yeah, I think not actually 60. Like 70. Dog, you're okay. Nope. You're fine. You're fine. I swear he knows because I've started earlier today and he is in here like exactly 10 minutes after I start. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta take the dog out. I'm back. Now that I think about it, he actually might have conditioned himself to hearing me talking and associating that with me taking him out. It's just like every time. I don't get very far into stream before he needs to go. And here's the thing. I specifically let him out right before I start every time. I specifically do it. And he still has to go within minutes of me starting anyway. Alright, so I can apply an offset to these. And what did I set? It was like 20 degrees on the X as an offset. So that's what I'll go with. I'll do that on all of these. Front left, it should be this one. Ooh. It moved the leg though. Why did it move the leg? Huh. Right, okay. Okay. Why is... Wait, what? Okay, now I'm really confused. So 20 degrees doesn't move it. Why did it move? Maybe I moved it earlier and it just looked weird. That's probably what happened. I probably moved it earlier. Yeah, looking at that, I should be able to go down slightly. But it's more about it going up. Okay, so 20. Front right. I'm just getting right up on these to make sure I actually am certainly always rotating the right way every time. But I like that. I like that I can actually rotate or make a rotation to this as an offset. That's really nice. Middle right. Okay, nothing moves when I do that. Good. Back left. Awesome. Okay, just to be totally safe, because I have had this like randomly wipe itself clean in the past. I changed from 90 to 70. Yeah, see, this is what happens sometimes. You get this crap. Where a transform that is just actually zeros turns into 2.220446 times e to the negative 16. Like, dude, what? Yeah, a lot of these values will just change a little bit. Like an extra decimal, or a zero turns into a non-zero value. What is this modifier? Bone target? I guess they're just copying a more precise bone rotation then, or something. So I guess that's not a big deal. Okay. Yeah, I just want to be sure that's added, so... Alright. I could actually really mess with all these rotations. I don't really want to, though. I'm just gonna leave them, I think. Alright, let's have them follow me around. Alright. So still the case that I... What are you doing? Did I push him? Oh, yeah, I guess I forgot I can do that. I can just push him. Alright. I'm just gonna go ahead and send that before I continue. Modify crawler IK offsets. Make the body attachment rotation have, I guess, yeah. I don't know how to describe that. That's just like a weird, I don't know. That's whatever. I felt like I was just saying some words there, to be honest. Whoops. Okay. So, to my understanding, process updates alter... The process update is when IK will read in the current rotation angles, the target rotation point, and then try to fix the chain. What I can do is I can modify that in integrate forces, actually. I guess probably at the end of it. Maybe not. I would like to have it happen. Okay, wait. I believe the order is process 0 or more physics ticks, and then render. I think that's the order. So I'd like to do this in a specific way. I want to update the rotations at the same rate as physics tick happens, but I need to do it before process on crawler returns, because once process returns, then does this do... This doesn't have process, right? Yeah, this doesn't have process. It's purely ready and then integrate forces. Good. So I'm totally safe to just jump in a process. Alright, so here's what I think I do. I think I should go into process physics, set a boolean that says, alright, next we are allowed to fix leg rotations, and then the process is going to come in and say, alright, we just had a physics tick, let's go ahead and fix rotations. So that what happens is, the rotations, I fix them, IK updates the position, and then physics runs. So ideally, behind all of that, it doesn't leave it in a state where IK fixes rotations, and then I move them slightly, and then physics is operating on like kind of a poor location of things. I don't want to do that. So I'm going to do that in process. But I also... Physics process. I'll do Q fix bones. And I'll say... if fix bones tick, then I'll say and I don't think I want to do delta. I mean, okay, so it is going to be based on physics. So I technically can only do it like some amount. We're gonna do this. This is so weird. I can't like figure out where X and K are. Actually, you know what? Let me just do like fixed bones delta float 0. Yeah, I'll leave it as a function. All this does is just add to that, and then this will then apply an update using that delta time. So it even handles a case where frame rate drops like crazy and 2 physics text happens or something. Which I guess means... Wait a second. If false, the solver retrieves the bone axis from the bone rest and caches it. Wait, what? That means deterministic, though, right? Oh, no, never mind. Okay. Never mind. It's done that. Yeah, alright. I was gonna say, isn't that like what, at least with the example of the bone rest and caches it. Oh, actually, weird. Wait a minute, yeah, I probably actually want that on. Yep. This is weird. Is there not a way that I can make it? I guess I can't. I was gonna say, can I tell it to run on physics process? I can't. There's no option. Oh well. Okay. So fixed bones, I'll take the delta as a correction, and then I guess I should have a parameter for this. I guess I can put it right underneath the IK. That probably makes sense. As like a degrees per second or something. I'll let it get kind of precise. Then I will mark it as well, or note it, document it. And I think this should also be only on, probably on bones that are yeah, legs in motion, or I could just set it to be really low. Because I also have an issue where if the IK is doing a lot, then it could create that jitter thing where one frame I say, oh yeah, let's bring it back, and the next frame it keeps like snapping back and forth, basically. I mean, it shouldn't do that, because if I do it in the right order, I will move it back and the leg will move it back. So in between frames, it's coming in and then going back out. So it should stay where it is. Yeah, it actually shouldn't jitter. Jitter should be impossible. Yeah, okay. So now I have to probably look at this one, actually. Because these should... They are a skeleton modifier, which means that they should, yeah, have a get skeleton. Yeah, okay. So I can get right to the skeleton from this. Close a bunch of these. Get joint limitation, chain IK. Yeah, I just go to the skeleton from the skeleton modifier. Wait a second. Modification processed. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I just grab the skeleton and then I can go through each of the bones, and I should be able to do like get the bone global rest and then interpolate. Yeah, get the bone global rest, get bone global pose, and then interpolate, and then I would do set bone global pose. That's how I do it. Alright, not too hard. Oh, I guess I actually only want to modify the ones that are going through the iterate. So somewhere in here, I'm assuming I can possibly ask if it's working on this bone. Iterates. Uh... Okay. Can I not? Is there not like a simple way to ask if a bone is being modified? Because I don't think I want to do setting count. Yeah, because this is all about joints. None of this has any information about getting bones. I mean, I guess I can do get end bone. And then I guess there's joint bone. So I could grab the joint because I get the, well, there's settings. Okay, there's get joint count. And then I can get that, and then I can grab that bone index at joint in the bone change joint list. Returns a joint count of the bone change joint list. Oh, yeah, okay. So I do get joint count, which is the number of joints, and then I can grab index, which is a setting index, joint, and then this should give me the bone index. And then from there, all right, that's what I do. Though, does it... Is there one that's like, how many indexes do I have or something? No, I just do get joint count. Okay. So setting, and I have each joint. So I can say bone index. Okay, and then I get the rest. Is override? No, okay. And then I just do an interpolation. using well, it should just be on the basis vectors. Do quaternions have... Does not check if the rotation path is smaller than 90 degrees. What? I want... This has to be by degrees. But I can't just mess with the Euler angles. I guess I could do angle 2. I could check the angle. And then say it's 90 degrees, and I say, all right, so the angle from here to here, if I do spherical interpolation, is 90 degrees. I can do a max of 2, so I do 2 over 90, and that's my weight. And that should bring me like 2 degrees there. That's what I could do. Now, I don't really think that's what I want to do, though. I would prefer... Because my thinking is that angle 2 is probably going to be really... Yeah. Well, I mean, that's actually not so bad. It's an A cosine. That's actually not so bad at all. I don't understand how that works. D times 2 minus 1. Ugh. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Well, I guess not, actually. Yeah, it's a bit annoying, because this does an A cosine in there, which means I'm doing the work twice. Because we dot. I mean, I guess it's not exactly the same. You know, it's probably fine. I'll get angle 2. And then I'll interpolate the angles. Yeah, current. Really? How expensive is that? Not bad. Whoa. It's kind of bad. This doesn't perform extrapolation, right? Okay. Okay. I mean, that should be that. That should be as simple as it gets. Cannot resolve body? What are you talking about? Nothing. It's talking about nothing. Oh, but this also needs to be multiplied by delta. So... I guess I can recompute this. Let's say delta angle. Okay. That should be it. So if I run this, I'm not going to get any bugs or errors. I see a leg. That's kind of wrong. What? It's not doing anything. I expected to see it like slowly rotating back into place. It's not doing anything. Huh. And I guess now that I think about it, it is per second, which means it's probably doing such a small rotation that, at least my thinking is that it's doing such a small rotation. I don't. I guess it just has to be less than that after multiplying by delta. So unless it actually is working and it's default to 0 right now. Yeah, okay. That would explain that. It was just doing zeros. Oh, and then of course at the end I have to say fix. Reset that to 0. In the check-in world, okay. Now I expect to see things rotating into place. I see a leg that's wrong. I mean, these legs are incorrect. Why aren't they rotating? I think it actually probably is that it's just such a small thing that it can't do it. It's such a small value. Bring it up to 5. You see, this one's very wrong. But it's not rotating back into place. The one on the back is also very wrong. Huh. Maybe I don't even have it be a delta. Maybe I just have it be... one, not even have it be a delta. Just drop that. What the? Do it like that. Oh, hang on. I saw this leg moving. Hmm. though not all of them can correct. I know that it technically does 2 iterations, which means if I do a higher correction, maybe it will like really be good. None of these are moving. Dang. Three degrees of correction. I see them moving, but it's so slow. I see pixels shimmering. Yeah, literally can't do it. Alright, technically if I do 4, it should pretty much not... I mean, my expectation is that it will... The legs are moving. Yeah, these are locked in. That's kind of crazy. Well, actually, those look okay right now. Okay, this left one's really bad. And it's not fixing. Wow. Okay, I think I say forget queuing on physics ticks and I just run it. Let's just run it here. I just run it here. There's no, like, it shouldn't be able to move right now. The legs just should snap back into place so fast. Alright, this one's really bad. And it's just not moving. Let's saw that back leg move a little bit. It's slowly moving into a better place, I guess. You can see the pixels shimmering. This one's really bad. I do like that I can push it. Whoa. Uh-oh. I might have messed it up. Actually, it should be able to recover. It should be able to. Okay, not when it flips upside down, though. Alright, well... I guess I need to help it. And degrees of correction every frame. There's no way it should be, it's moving, which is kind of surprising still. But like, I'm shocked that its legs are just totally stiff. Because these rest points are exactly where the leg starts at. But it's like immediately so bad. I don't know. Like, I'm surprised that it's moving at all. I'm actually so surprised by that. Which tells me I've just done something wrong. Like, it must be wrong, because I'm looking at that side leg, and that side leg is just totally... That's too far down, and this one is, like, straight. Let me do this. What? No. How? Is it using, like, override pose? Whoa. Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. Why did that happen? Wait, why did that happen, though? Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright. I queued up, like, several thousand prints, apparently. Jeez. That's... I think it's running it as a tool. That's probably the issue. I need to close the scenes as soon as I can. Okay. I can actually let it run in that. So I'll make sure it's saved being disabled. And I guess I can open this and see. I'll turn on the modifier. Alright, so I've built up a problem. Like that at 1 degree. And I guess I can't look at it. Well, I can set it to 0. And then I can turn this on. Alright. I guess I just say amount is 1. So I say 1. Okay, weird. Those were they all like popped up in the air. Okay, so maybe not 1. But my thinking is I can move this around. Weird. Now it's not fixing. Why not? That's really odd. It started working for a second and then it stopped. That's so strange. Okay, well, I don't know. Maybe it's working now? No, I can say it's definitely not, because that's not moving. That should be moving. Okay. Oh no, I do get it, I think. I think I get it because what I'm doing is I'm doing set bone global pose override, which is like some built-in override. And what's happening is the IK, I come in here and I do some crazy weird thing with it, which is what I was seeing, all the legs like flip up or whatever. And then the leg IK comes in and says, oh, you want that? Okay, well, I'm actually going to do this. And it keeps like, it slowly corrects. It's correcting my correction. So I want to go see. I thought this would be easy. I thought that's all I have to do, but I guess it's more complicated, because of course it is. Of course it's got to be way more complicated than that. So unless somehow I'm able to connect into this somehow and tell it like, hey, I see what you have right now. I want to update what you think it looks like or something. I mean, if I can see how this one works, though, like maybe it is just get bone pose and set bone pose, and that is enough. Okay. This doesn't do what I thought it was going to do. Unless it does. Like, I thought it'd have, like, some virtual method that you would override. Wait, maybe it is, and I just am not paying attention. Okay. So the next step down is IK modifier 3D. Process modification, process IK. And that's empty. Gosh. Get bone rest. Get bone rest. Get bone pose. Maybe that's what I should be doing. I should be checking to get bone rest and move the angles. Change the angle to the rest angle. Okay, I gotta take the dog out. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay, still trying to see how this even works. It does process IK. Process modification, process IK. And then nothing. So where's the next step? Chain IK. I love this organization. It's so cool. Especially the fact that it's all half in the header file, half in the compiled file every time. That's awesome too. You know what, maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. Maybe process IK is not what I'm supposed to be looking at. Maybe that's not what I'm supposed to be looking at. Because whoever's calling that is doing something. Process IK is still empty. Okay, who's next? Iterate IK. Process IK. Cache current joint rotations. Process joints. Using the joint settings, or iterate settings. Set bone pose rotation. Bone pose rotation. Get bone pose rotation. Set bone pose rotation. Let's try that. Well, not quite. I want to say like get... Probably get bone rest. And then get quaternion from that. This has got to be it. Because that's what they do. This literally calls set bone rotation. Or set bone pose rotation. But also, I suppose, I need to look at how skeleton modifier really works. Because my thinking is that skeleton 3D probably looks through and finds its modifiers. Modifier callback. Wait, what? Hang on a second. Oh. Physics. Wow. Physics. And then I can put this in physics. Sweet. Okay. And then if this is working, which it should actually be running right now, but also it's not running right now. Yeah, see, it's not doing anything. It's not rotating. So my thinking is that this actually probably goes through the skeleton modifiers and does things with that. Process modifiers. Yeah, this is what I was thinking. Process modification. Wait, am I running it right now? If false and engine is editor hint. Yeah, okay. So I am running it right now. And nothing happens. Get influence if influence is less than 1. Otherwise, mod process modification. Old bone poses. Process. New poses. Get bone pose. And then set bone pose interpolate. Yeah. Well, that is doing set bone pose. So I don't know. Mine should be working. Mine should be working. Unless I have it set to 0 right now, which I don't. 2. 10. Maybe it will run if I... Okay, bring this... Process modification. Process modification, emit signal modification processed. Maybe I do this. No, I need to run it before. That's specifically the thing I absolutely have to run it before. Yeah, I don't get it, because if we're looking at this, if I'm looking at this leg, and it resets the rotations, it should instantly snap back, or I guess not instantly, but like, it should snap back. Especially if I make this have a large value. And nothing's happening, right? So... Alright, let me do this. Nothing happens. Like, why not? Yeah, what if I turn this off? I move this up here and then I turn it on. It's already messed up. This is, I mean, that's definitely just not what the angle is supposed to be. Not running at all. The leg IK is active. Huh? What? I don't have to reload the scene, do I? What? What's wrong here? Okay, so it's definitely running. There's 6 of those. Okay, they all have 5. Rotating bone 22. Alright, let me print the bone name, I guess. Middle left femur. Huh. Is it a coincidence that this is also the leg that I'm working on, or what? Is that a coincidence? What if I do this one? It's just a coincidence, I think. So the bone rest and the bone pose are identical for some reason. How does that work? Oh, what was this? Oh my god. There's no way people look at this code and they think, oh yeah, that's correct. Force update all dirty bones calls underscore force update all dirty bones underscore force update all dirty bones does this, and then it calls force update all bone transforms. Is that just right there? Okay. I guess what I could do is probably look at, like... I do have the signal here, pose updated. I could look at pose updated. I could bind to pose updated, because that calls right before all those other ones. So you know what, I'll do that. That seems pretty good. Yeah, you know what, let me stash that. Oh, okay, okay. So it's not bound yet because I'm not... Right, reload. Oh. Oh, hey, it did something. That's kind of insane, though. Interesting. Interesting. Oh. What I don't understand is why it's like going this weird direction, though. That's really weird to me. Oh wait, no, I didn't say... Oh no, this does say bone. Wait, no, if updating, return. Oh, hang on. Force update, updating true. Okay, so this is before we do the updates. Right. Also, it seems like this doesn't actually run prior to modif. Okay. All right, I'm doing this. I'm making it a modifier. I'm making my own modifier. I can't make my own modifier. I don't understand. Why does it not work? Why does it not work? What other things do we have? The thing is, what it does is it really does just update the bone rotation. I don't get it. It straight up it actually just updates the bone rotation. That's literally what it does. It just updates the bone rotation. It just updates the bone rotation. That is precisely what it does. Maybe it's like... What is override? Explain what override is. Update bone global pose. No, this should work. I don't have to get the global or an override pose. Also, override is like a one-time thing. If I get the bone rest and I get the pose rotation, I should be able to compute the angle and then just set the rotation. That's literally all I gotta do. I do that every frame, it's fine. And I've crashed Godot by clicking on 3D. Awesome, okay. Stream might freeze. Okay, it didn't crash. Well, I didn't crash OBS. But Godot definitely crashed when I did that. When I clicked 3D. I was like, I've been caught. I can't explain why I don't let you do what you think you want to do. You're not going to tell me that just worked, right? You're not going to tell me that just worked? Wait, why is that like up in the air? What the hell? Oh, I don't know. Alright, well, it's not working right now. It did do something interesting, though, for a minute. Like, if I do set bone pose rotation, it just sets it directly. It directly sets it. So I'm like honestly confused how all I want to do is I just don't want to use deterministic. I don't want to turn that on. I want it to be able to use the last frames thing because that means it can do less iterations. Because most of the time, it's moving a small amount. Most of the time, every bone is rotating a very small value. Also, like, can I break this right now? Like, this is definitely trying to fix. That should definitely be trying to fix, because these are like huge angle changes. Get bone rest. I wonder, like, unless get bone rest. Here's what I think get bone rest is doing. It's literally just reading in what is this? Set. Okay, whatever. Dot rest. Set bone pose scale, bones rest. Like, ow. How? Like, the front leg is all screwed up right now. Like, the front leg's screwed up. How is it possible? How am I getting that the rest rotation and the pose rotation are identical? How am I getting that? All IK does is it messes with the rotations. That's all it does. Unless the way that the IK is working is that it's saving the last result. And so it just gets that and says, oh, here's where I was last time. I'll just iterate from there. Unless that's exactly how it's working. Which maybe it is. Maybe it is. It's iterate. Iterate IK has it. I hate this. I hate how many nested classes they made. This is ridiculous. Maybe you could say, oh no, that makes sense. IK modifier, chain IK, iterate IK. Someone just went crazy. Because here's the funny thing. I'm pretty sure yeah, there's 2 bone IK. Chain IK goes to iterate or spline. Like, I don't know. It's weird. It is weird. It's a weird setup. Iterate over first to detect parent outside of the chain. outside of the chain. Process joints. Iterate settings, cache current joint rotations. Make rotation as bone pose from chain coordinates. Get bone global pose. Parent. Okay, so that doesn't do anything because this is just looking at nothing. Okay. How long into this am I? All right, I'm 2 hours in. I'm gonna start. What's funny is yesterday I said, oh, this should take an hour, and then I said, maybe 2 hours or something like that. I said optimistic dev correction, you have to multiply by 2 or 4 or something like that. I said it could take me 4 hours. I'm literally 2 hours in, and I've gotten nowhere because the rotation is saying it's the same as the rest rotation, which does not make sense to me. I don't understand that's possible. Okay, what if every single frame I just went straight to the rest? Just set it to the rest pose. Set it to the rest pose every frame. Do that. Yeah, see, it's not doing anything. It's not doing anything. Like I said, it is processing right now. So if I say 0, we get a bunch of prints. But this is saying that every bone is within like 0.01 degrees of its rest rotation, which is obviously incorrect because this one is really far pointed down and this one's really straight. They should look like, I mean, the back ones are pointed up as well, which is not right. Like, it's all wrong. All of these have the wrong rotations. Yeah, see how wrong those all were? And apparently, I'm getting a bone rest and a bone current pose that is correct somehow. Maybe what it's doing is, I mean, unless it is doing this, which is what I think might be happening. The skeleton, before it processes the modifiers, it resets the pose to whatever pose it was supposed to be. And then these all right, so what I think is happening is that it's saving its work. It's not actually looking at the current rotation, which is what I thought it would do. It's looking at the skeleton's like reset pose and iterating from there, is my thinking. So, I mean, what I could do is, well, first of all, I have to figure out how that's even happening. There's cache current joint rotations, which is the first thing it does is it looks at the root. Like, what's root bone? Okay, so root bone, it must be in the chain, that root bone and getting its parent. So if we have a parent, global pose, transform, we obtain that parent's transform, we get the rotation, and then I don't know what the hell this is. Solver info. Joints. Solver info list. Chain 0. IK modifier 3D solver info. Okay, let me look at what this does very specifically. Solve iteration. Vector destination. Destination. Head to destination. Okay, destination is the global target, right? It does setting update chain coordinates FW. If it has a limitation, or if it's not, I don't know what these are. Update chain coordinate FW. And the setting is a iterate IK 3D setting. Update chain coordinate FW. Let's go to iterate IK 3D. Setting. That's joint setting. Chain IK 3D setting, of course. Chain IK 3D setting. Update chain coordinate FW. Cache current vector. Result. Vector 3 position. Result is position. Chain. Cache current vector. Chain IK 3D. Nope. Resets a state with respect to the current bone pose. Okay, what does deterministic do? Is deterministic in chain? It's an iterate. Okay, so get deterministic init joints. Setting init joints. Okay, I see it. I see what it's doing. The chain is a storage of poses. And that chain is updated over time, and then the modifier reads from that chain and applies it, is my thinking. Right. So iterate ik3d, what I expect to see is where it does the iterate ik method, or yeah, process ik. Okay, those process joints. Setting. Yeah. So it's working from this. It's always working from a chain. And then it loads in the current poses into a chain, and then it works on that chain only. And then it goes back to the skeleton and says, all right, here's your chain result. So my question is there a way that I can force it to reload that? That I can force it to reload that? That would be ideal. Also, I didn't set a timer. I was about to set a timer, and then I got interrupted, I think. I think that's what happened. Yeah, so I'm looking at an hour 40. Okay, hopefully that timer actually goes off. I'm pretty sure my phone, like literally 70% of the time, when a timer goes off, it is silent and it instantly stops itself. It like instantly interrupts itself. So there's been so many times where I set a timer, and I know it's something important. It's not something I'll just look at my phone and hit dismiss and then instantly forget that I did that. Because the amount of times that that's happened it's too many times. So hopefully that actually goes off. But that's my deadline. If I can't get this done by then I have to stop. So make simulation dirty appears. I mean, it looked like. Okay, so first of all, I have to go. I guess there's clear joints. Like, I don't know, maybe some like setting change. Maybe I can do a setting change that like marks it dirty, and then preferably it would just be like marking something dirty. There's update joint limitation. What does update joint limitation do? Oh wait, I saw set simulation dirty. Okay, let me double check that though. Oh yeah, I'm in the header file. I'm not in the header file. That was weird. So init joints will do this. We'll clear the chain and then reload the chain just by getting the bone poses, which is what I want it to do. It does also mean it gets the bone axis and it does some of this stuff, which might be a problem. I mean, if I can just have like, if I can just see like chain clear or something. Get bone global pose. Origin. Was it an origin? Cache current joint rotations. Solver info. Tail. Oh, no, okay. So this isn't like resetting the forward vector. This one resets the forward vector. Okay, so init joints is what I want to see happen. So let's just see if I can... Connect signal. It looks like I can do something where I can say like the joint limitation right axis. And set limitation right axis because it looks like that doesn't do anything. It just marks it. It does the make init joints. Go here. Underscore init joints. If setting simulation is dirty, clear joints, init joints. Right? Because this is the same thing. It does if deterministic init joints. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, wait a second. Does init joints... It does obtain the current global pose. It's not the rest. Wait, if last and extends in. Wait, if not last, get bone rest. It's not possible. Why is it written this way? Honestly, it's not possible because of the layers of abstraction they put on top of it. If it simply just read in the current pose of the bones and then tried to solve for that every frame, that would be definitely faster and I'm sure less less abstracted already, right? I'd be able to make it happen. But what it does is when we update it, it is hard-coded to read from the rest pose. I can show it right here. Init joints, chain clear. Chain clear. Chain the solver info forward vector. This is last and extends in, so I ignore that one. If we're not last, this is for literally every other bone in the joint, in the chain. It reads in the rest pose. It is hard-coded. When it initializes, it reads in the rest pose. It sets the forward vector and the length, and then it stops. It stops. Forward vector and length are saved. They're done. And it works on like a chain, an internal chain pose thing. Maybe I don't know, maybe somehow that like I look at cache current joint rotations and then this is just an insane looking loop here. These two are both insane looking loops. I see chain 0 get global bone pose origin. Transform by the forward vector and the length. Current global pose. It's okay. All right. And it's also pretty obvious that deterministic does make it slower because it keeps reading in the pose. All right, let me look at this one more time. Let me see what process IK does. We init joints, which usually will do nothing. Iterate settings. Cache current joint rotations. Iterate over first to detect parent bone changes. I think that's what it does. If a parent bone changes, it transforms its whole chain by whatever that change was. I think that's what this does. So yeah, I don't think I can mess with that. And then it runs process joints, which just does update virtual bone rest poses, like apply the virtual bone rest poses to the actual bones. Yeah, I mean that seems like exactly what it's meant to be doing. I can't even make it like, say, you know, flip a switch to make it look at the current bone poses and load those in. It's hard-coded to load in the rest pose. And settings aren't visible from the outside, so I can't go in there and mess with those. Really annoying. Dog. This will be the 4th time I've taken you out. It's been 2.5 hours. What are you, like, where are you getting all this water from? Where are you getting all this water from? Dude. There's like an infinite fountain somewhere in this house and that I don't know about. Because there's no way. No. No, this is excessive, Rhett. No. 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 You're okay. You're okay. There's just no way. I can't like get into like a focus state either because he keeps coming in here to bug me. It used to be like in the morning when I eat lunch, dinner, before bed. I'm already at 4 and it's before lunch. I'm already at 4. Like, I think he's just probably realized that at any moment he wants to go out now, he can just come get me. That's probably what it is. I'm just annoyed. I'm annoyed by this right now. Get bone vector. Why is that an editor only thing if it's not even here? The joint can rotate. Rotation axis. Limitation right axis vector. Joint limitation. Could I process joints? Like at the very top of this, if we have simulated, would I do that? If I have not simulated, then I would say to... I have an iterate IK3D setting. Maybe what... Okay, here's the idea. Alright, here's the idea. Jeez. Whoops. So iterate IK3D setting. Is it chain IK3D? Okay, so I'm like, I guess I need to go to chain IK3D. Chain IK3D setting. Init current joint rotations? System joint size, solver info list. I see this, and I do see a get bone pose from rotation. Current L rest. Current L pose. Why do they write the same line twice? Are they stupid? I think they're stupid. You know, I think it still doesn't work because I don't like it. I don't like it anymore. All right, I give up on it. I'm checking deterministic and I'm just leaving it. That's literally all I can do. The whole system they've set up here, I hate it. I think it's a dumb setup that they have. It's too smart. It is so smart that it stops anyone from interacting with it because of how smart it is. You can't, there's no way I can force my way in there without getting into like compiling my own version of it And I'm just not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I can't do that. So I resign to their stupidity. Their need to feel smart has made it dumb. That's all I can say about that. No, there needs to be a new line there. Like, this is why it sucks, okay? What used to be possible in 2 iterations done over the course of 10, 15 frames would be good. Now what I have to do is every frame I have to run 32 iterations on each leg for every creature. Which is going to have the terrible effect of making it, of essentially creating a bottleneck where this, literally just an animation, essentially an animation, is going to hold back how many of these I can have on processing at a time. Like maybe I want to have like maybe I wanted to have 20. What if I wanted to have 20? Now I can have no more than maybe 10 or something. Like that's the example, right? I mean, realistically, going from 2 iterations per frame to 32 iterations per frame, deterministic true, which also has to go in there and re-clear a list and update a chain, at best it is 16 times slower. I can literally have 16 times fewer of these enemies processing at a time. It's even less than that. It's probably like 20 times fewer, because that also includes a list clear and a bunch of math and quaternion math to recalculate a chain. And on top of that, it's even worse because it was infinite iterations. 2 iterations every frame, never stops until it gets really, really close. So it could always reach the target eventually. Now it is 32 iterations. If you don't get there, you're never going to get there. I also think that it's noticeable. If you just watch these things move around enough, you'll see that their legs just probably move differently. Like, there's a loss of an organic look when I do that. I lose that. So, last time I say it, their insatiable desire to feel intelligent and smart and abstract 10 classes and store their own virtual bones and work on a virtual chain when they could just read in the pose. Deterministic could literally just say, oh, is deterministic on? Okay, set it back to the rest pose and then iterate. Or it could say deterministic false. Okay, look at the current pose, iterate. I mean, honestly, like, I don't know. Maybe it is so simple that I could probably just get in here and write it myself. I mean, if this is the code, right? You do these things. If we're there, we're done, and then it does like whatever this is, and then it calls update chain coordinate. But I have all these settings I've added. I can't write it myself. And it's so buried, honestly, in like layers of spaghetti that I can't even, there's probably nowhere I could insert like a few lines of code to make non-deterministic read in the current pose. There's probably no way I could do that. Like, this is so anti-dev friendly. It really is. It upsets me. I'm really not happy with this. It works, but it works as in it's a black box. You don't get to touch it. Some people say, oh, it's nice when it's a black box. Okay, but a black box is nice when you at least have windows and you have ways you can say, all right, well, I happen to have looked inside the black box and I get to modify it now. This is like purely a black box. You can't do anything with it. It's a black box behind a locked door, honestly, is where this is. You gotta hack your way into the room with the black box, and then you have to hack your way into the black box because the black box does not give you any... It doesn't tell you anything. It makes me mad. And like I said, because of the way that it works, is it essentially works from a cached initial point of a rest pose. I mean, okay. I mean, I feel like I really want to do it anyway. I want to say, no, screw you, I'm doing it the way that I need it to be done. It seems like technically all I would have to do is have change, where is it? It was in init joints, right? Change get bone rest to get bone pose. But even that probably doesn't work. Because chain works with a point A, point B, point C. I'm saying this. Get bone. Okay, so it does do get bone global pose. And then it gets its local arrest relative to that bone. Wait. It may still be possible. Or, I mean, may have been possible. Get joint right axis get joint rotation axis. Or, no, probably... get joint rotation axis, set joint rotation axis. And it says make simulation dirty, which will cause it to read in the current bone poses. Can I bring the code back? Cool. Now here's the other thing. It's still the case that I'm obtaining the rest in its current pose rotation and it says there's no difference. That's still happening. Even when it's obviously not true. No, okay. No, never mind. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. All right. All right. Here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say. I'll say, screw all that. I'm going to keep this at 2. I'm going to turn off deterministic. And I'm just going to deal with the fact that the bones are going to look fucked up. And eventually, one day in the future, I will come back to it and say, all right, I've looked at the code enough times. I know how to fix the legs. I know how to make the legs behave. I know how to make them reset. Right now, I don't understand enough of how this works. And that's the problem. I've looked at every single file, all of the relevant lines of code that I think are relevant, at least, that would make sense to me being relevant. You know, the iterate IK, or the update IK, the solve iteration, process joints, right? Set bone pose rotation. But then when I read in the bone pose rotation, it's wrong. Why is it wrong? I don't know. I don't understand how skeleton works. Skeleton is doing something. You know, how much time do I have? I still have an hour. Let me look at... Let me go look at skeleton. Alright, so here's where it happens. Skeleton update. I guess abort if the pose is not changed. My thinking is somehow in here. Restore unmodified bone poses. That's why. Because that pose only exists when the modifier runs. I want to do it right in here, is the thing. I want to go on this line. After we run process modifiers, I want to read in the current transform and change the transform. But I don't want it to restore that. Emit skeleton updated. Does the skeleton modifier, IK modifier 3D, holy Jesus. I love bars that you click and drag and then it instantly selects the whole thing. I love that. I love when that happens. Although for some reason that only happened, I don't know how that. Okay. I fucking hate Google, man. I gotta stop using Google. It's so ass. I never know if I search the right thing that just prints my prints my GPS location on the screen. I never know. Doesn't it? Yeah, skeleton changed. Rest updated. Rest updated to rest updated. Rest updated. What is that? What is rest updated? When the rest is updated. Thanks. Thanks for being so clear with that. It's always the question. All right, cool. Rest updated. What else does that mean? What else does that mean? Do you call the signal? Can you call rest updated? Apparently it's not even a list. How is it not in this? It's one of those old ones. One of those old signals where they don't actually define it anywhere. They use a string name. Rest. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Are you serious? Wait, what? If rest dirty is false. Else rest dirty is false. I'm okay. No. Who wrote that line? Who wrote that line? What? What? Where did I just go? I just went to like... Huh? Firefox? What? Oh, now you... Oh, now Firefox is like... Oh yeah, that... There it is. I found it. ...2 years ago. Yeah. You... Okay. Where is it? Am I missing something? Where's skeleton 3D? Oh. Yeah, shame. Actual shame. What the hell is that? No, what the hell is that? What's rest dirty? What is it? If you're not, I'll give you, if it's a plain Boolean, then you have a problem. It's a plain Boolean. Okay. What the hell is that? What the hell is even that? If the value is false, set it false. I need an explanation for why someone would write that line. That's just crazy. To write that line and to not even leave a comment of like why it's there. Like, okay, there's some crazy mutable bug where this value is read in as false, but it's actually currently true. And then at the end of the line running, it's true. After I checked, it became true. So I wanted to make sure it was false. Like, alright, the more I look at shit code, the more I get mad. So, I mean, that's just it. I gotta stop looking at bad code. That's my problem. Yeah, I mean, that's actually it. That's literally my problem. My mood sours in direct correlation to how long I look at Godot's source code. So, yeah, that's it. I mean, I'm leaving it on. I'm leaving it unmarked. This is going to be, click. This is going to be future to do. Go into Godot's source and figure out how to make it so IK solvers can regress back to the rest pose or the rest rotations over time. It is a total mess. I call it a black box behind a locked door, and inside the box is a monster. Good luck, buddy. A black box behind a locked door, and inside the box is a monster. Awesome. Thanks for writing that code. I love that. I've always wanted to look at 8 different files to get an idea of what's happening, and then look at those 8 files again to figure out how the hell bow and pose rotations are applying, but then they don't apply. And now I know skeleton, it runs the modifiers, and then it says if my actual pose wasn't changed this frame, then I stop. And if it did change this frame, then I reset the pose so it looks like it didn't change on the next frame. But the skeleton modifiers don't care about that because they save their own internal representation of the last time they saw the skeleton. But they also use the rest poses I don't, but they don't use the rest poses, they use the global pose. But because the skeleton modifiers are looking at a reset pose, it's a mess. It's a mess. It's definitely like that's straight up just spaghetti. I can't interact with that system. I don't think there's even a hack that I could do to make it work. I would have to go in there and like change some fundamental things. Because it's a total, it's awful. It's terrible. It's no good. In fact, it's no good. Why did parent ID path go away? Why did those go away? Also, yeah, all the transforms change that I move around, so I have to reset those. Well, actually, I don't like to do this. I like the patch. I'd like the patch 2. Yes. Yes. No. 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 Yes. Like this. I don't understand. Why do these have... Why is parent ID path gone? I don't understand. It says index 6 now. Yeah, it's just parent ID path that went away. I don't understand that. Why did that happen? You know what? Oh yeah, turn active off. You know what? Okay. I didn't actually change anything in that file, in fact. I actually didn't change anything in that file. So, I don't know what's up with it. Wait, did I have... Hang on a second. Did I have... No, okay, good. I committed that like right away. Alright, yeah, smart me. Committing that right away. And also not smart me for not looking at that before I reset it. Parent ID path. Like why? Why did that happen? And why are the transforms changing it? Like, can we get serious, Godot? Yeah, let me do this to fix this. Yeah. Yeah, another day. Another day I'll figure that out. Yeah, I think I might need like cooldowns again or something. Because I'm seeing the same leg like step several times. Okay. I mean, seriously, like I really thought that the modifier just... Deterministic means it resets the pose, and then it computes it. And not deterministic means it reads in the current chain, or the current pose, and then fixes it. No, it does a stupid amount of caching, and then it actually does so much work that it doesn't need to do at all. Like if it literally just said, oh, what's our current rotations? Okay, let's do our iterations. All right, here's our new rotations. I mean, I literally think that probably what I could do is just write it myself. I will just create my own, not even a skeleton modifier. I'll just create some kind of... I don't know. I can't do it because there's the settings on it. That's why I can't do it. Because it has settings on there, and they're really nice, and they actually look really good. God. It would be some kind of setting where I would say... I would have a checkbox that says... what is it? I don't know. It'd be some checkbox. I click it, and all it does is at every single frame, it updates its virtual bone chain to the current pose. That's all it does. And then I would also, on top of that, have a slider that says, oh, correction amount. And then prior to every iteration, it transforms the bone pose slightly back to its rest pose. Hey, Pawn. That's what I would have to do. I'd have to go in there and have to do two things. I'd have to, one, make it support, make it do iteration based on the current rotation, and then two, or not even just do that, just have a slider that says like a correction to try and go back. I hate it. It's stupid. That's what it should do. Let me do that. Let me change this. Add a setting to iterate IK 3D, which will progressively move chains back to the rest pose over time, as an attempt to correct for grid rotations gained due to I even gotta say non-deterministic. I missed. I also think that's still a terrible name. They say deterministic as if that actually means it's deterministic. It's not. If I have the modifier run in physics, then it is deterministic. It's instantly deterministic. So deterministic should just say. Also, they even say the previous frame's result. That's not even true. It's not the previous frame's result. It's an internal solution is reset to excluding as the initial, like, whatever. I would be such a happy person if I never looked at Godot's source code. I really would be. You know what? If there's not, here's a great way to go. If there's not a checkbox or a slider that solves the problem, give up. If there's not a checkbox or a slider that solves the problem for Godot, give up. Most likely, what you think is gonna fix it, my clever solution, which was to progressively move the bone rotations back to their rest position, is wrong because they have an insane setup that makes it impossible. I'm like, okay, well, what do they do? Oh, good luck figuring out what they actually do. You have to look at 8 files. You have to read 8 files 3 times over. And on top of that, it's just horrible. Not only is there a lot of code to look at, it's a lot of really bad code. Jeez. Okay. Out of line, move the player. I said I fixed it. And then now I have a feature to do, which is to add my own. I have to go in there and figure out what they're doing, how they're doing it. Try very hard to not question why they're doing it. And make it do what I want it to do. Yep. I hate that. I hate that I think there's a simple solution where I say, oh, it should literally take me an hour. I wrote the code. It was 10 lines of code. In theory, it should work. And sadly, it didn't. Godot engine devs must hate me. They should. I think they should. I think if they do, that will demonstrate that they have insecurities about the code that they wrote. Very clearly. Which I hope they do. Update future to-dos. Run rotations are going to be effed until I can force my own solution into the engine code. Here's the only reason you would do this. This has got to be the last time I do it. Look at this inheritance chain. CCD IK3D inherits iterate IK3D, inherits chain IK3D, inherits IK modifier 3D. for how many lines of code? That's all lies, by the way. Oh wait, this is chain IK. For a little bit more than 30 lines of code. Oh, great. It's super... It's super abstracted. Yeah, awesome. You made it so abstracted that I can't do anything with it anymore. Here's why you would do that. You would make it that abstract so that you can have, at every layer, a dev can go in there and say, oh, here's the layer that I want to do something. All right, cool, I can do that thing. It's so abstracted that they forgot to allow a dev to even be able to do anything with this. You look at all these bindings, but these are settings. These are options. This is at no point in essentially 4 layers of abstraction can I actually obtain any result from this. I can't look at the chain. I can't look at what its cache is. I can't look at anything. All I can look at are the settings. And it's 3 layers of settings. As well. And I can't even look at all the settings. The settings is actually, funnily enough, the settings actually contains, I believe, settings, for some reason, contains, look, chain IK 3D setting. It includes the solver's work. It includes the chain. It includes literally something called IK modifier 3D solver info. I can't interact with these for some reason. Like you would think, oh, maybe this is the layer that this is exposed, so I can look at its results and maybe even change its results if I want. Can't do that. The thing that still gets me is it looks like it is reading in the bone position. But it's actually reading in a bone position that is without any skeleton modifier stacked on it. I can't even read those. The only way I can read them is after it runs, and I can't fix the rotation after it runs because then it's gonna jitter. I have to fix the rotation before it processes. So I need the result before it processes. I need to essentially hack in there and change the result before it runs again. No matter what, I'd have to be hacking into it. I can't just update a rotation from the outside. I'd have to hack into it. In order to hack into it, I have to also hack into the source code to allow myself to get it. And then that's still no guarantee that I've done it correctly. Because I may find some other place where there's a cache that I have to reset or also touch and modify. This is cache current vectors. I still don't know what cache current vectors does. I don't know what the current vector is for. I gotta stop looking at it. Yeah, I'm gonna make lunch. I gotta send a text and try to get over it. And then do this. So, minus 3.5 hours. Awesome. Thanks, Godot. You really outdid yourself, honestly. This has got to be the worst one I've seen so far. Okay. I'm actually done. I rage baited myself. And I'm too too tilted to continue. I can't believe it. I mean, I'm still in absolute shock at the at this. So, yeah. I'm going to take the I haven't done anything. That's what upsets me. That's what amplifies it more. Not only is it total bullshit the way that they've made the most elaborate IK thing I think I've ever seen in my life, but on top of that, I'm 4 hours in and I have essentially moved the player a meter to the right and then checked the box and added a to-do item. 4 hours to do that. They gotta vet their stuff way more. They need to stop adding and improving their animation, at least their animation side, without getting at least a single person who cares about what the result is to look at it and say, all right, but how can I interact with this? Like, I'm a programmer. How can I interact with this? Oh, we totally think you're a loser and we don't care about you. So we literally had no consideration. I mean, even just this, like the fact that anyone who even does any animation would see this joint right here, if I turn it on, would see this joint get in like a weird, funny position when it's back at rest, and look at that and say, hang on, I would like that to not be its new rest position. Can we fix that? Oh, yeah. You fix it by turning this on and turning this up, or turning this up. It's like, oh, so to fix the fact that the bone's fucked up, I have to do 16 times the work. I have to do 16 times the work. Here's a question, guys. Why don't you just read in the current bone transform and try to iterate that? Oh, well, I can't believe you would suggest such an idiotic solution to our problem. I am personally offended, and I'm going to ignore you. That's what they sound like. That's exactly what they thought when they did this. That's exactly what they thought. They thought they were being so clever. I just know it. I just know that's what they thought. Like, it's fucked up, man. I don't want it to be fucked up. You've given neither animator, neither artist nor developer any entry into this system. And yet you also made it as abstract as possible. Hey, I want to look at this one part. Which one of these do I go to get there? Is it chain IK? Is it iterate IK? Is it chain I like? Oh, these, I can't do anything with this. This is just nothing. Okay. How about I... How about I extend skeleton modifier? Can't do that. It's actually locked out. I know it says virtual here, but I'm pretty sure, you know what? Let me see. Because here's what happened. I went in here and I tried to click. I can't inherit it. I can't inherit this. What if I just pretended to... What if I just said, oh yeah, sure, I'm just gonna... I do that. What happens if I do this? I mean, technically I can make my own, even though the editor tries to stop me from doing it. I can make my own. Which is annoying. That I have to write it that way. But also, here's the real problem. I need to apply it before it processes. I can't read the poses because I have to read it after it processes. But then I can't write it anyway. I can't update it anyway because it's going to clear it. Because it uses a cached, an old version that it's virtually updating. So I have to do at least 2 different things. I have to weasel my way into the code, and then I have to write my own fix. Ideally, like I said, it's like a checkbox or a slider on iterate IK3D, because this is where the settings are. Iterate IK3D. But like I said, there's no guarantee that'll work, because it's such a complicated system that I literally can't understand it but by interacting with it. I can read as much of the code as I want. I'm literally not going to get it until I write it, compile it, test it, and then eventually something weird is going to happen, or just not even going to work. Or maybe it does a weird thing where it will work for like a couple frames and then it stops working. Like, who knows? And that's not right. That's wrong. Okay? That's wrong. They should literally just go back to the drawing board. Probably whatever skeleton modifier 3D or skeleton IK 3D is the deprecated one is probably just way fucking better. Because at least I don't have to look at stupid stuff. I want to use this because I like the settings are nice. It sucks that they're not resources, because I had one case where these settings just got deleted and wiped, and I had to type them all back in because I didn't save it yet. Or I didn't commit yet. So I had nothing to restore or roll back to. Why are these not resources? Why aren't these resources? Why can't I see the results? Why can't I modify the results? Why is there no API? The API is Is there anything in here that says anything about skeleton modifiers? Okay, I guess not. The API is, I bind to the signal and I write down the bone pose. That's the API. But what good is that? Because I can't change this. I can't interact with this at all. There's no interface. Why is there no interface? Why are the settings integer indices? Why? I can clear settings, I can reset, I can get setting count. There's no setting, though. There's no setting. Technically, it's a chain. Technically, the setting is in here. But then, here's where I actually get to modify the settings. Because chain IK is like a basic start and end bone. I mean, they just fucked up. They just fucked up. The amount of work to fix this fuck up is more than I can stomach. And honestly, I would not be surprised if this was never fixed. I would not be surprised if it will forever be a bane for this IK, this new IK system they came up with. Either one person who didn't think at all, or a group of people who thought they were being very smart, and also just didn't think at all about people actually using this thing. There's no interface, there's no resources, there's no results. It's even kind of built on the back of the fact that Skeleton 3D tries really, really hard to hide everything that a modifier is doing. Get bone pose does not return the modified result. Set bone pose does not override the modified result. Bone pose override works for like a second because it actually applies it, and then it IK just starts to fix for that anyway. So IK, even though I have this insane global pose override, IK still just sits on top of that and says, "Oh yeah, that's hidden now. We hid that from you." So what the hell is this? Reset bone poses, set all bone poses to rests. Localize rest. Returns all bones in the skeleton to their rest poses. What? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think one of these two functions must be different. They must be doing something different. All right, that's it. Goodbye.